Greetings, everybody. Travelers of the interwebs. Welcome. Welcome to the Flatland stream, where we learn more of how to Flatland and the frustrations of Flatland, as you can tell, because I've been after this one combo for 4 days now. But that's how it is. So I guess that's the other thing that Flatland does kind of teach you. It kind of teaches you how to be patient, right? Try to learn how to endure the frustrations at times. Oh. I gotta fix this water bottle. I guess for those wondering, this is how I'm streaming, by the way. So I keep my phone cool. I have this frozen water bottle. I put it on that thing of tape, and then the water bottle, the frozen water bottle hits my phone right there. I know it's probably not. I'd look it up before you start doing this, but I've been doing this for a couple months now, and it's been keeping my phone cool. So we're gonna keep going with it. Otherwise, I don't think I could even keep doing this because it gets so hot in here. Even with this little AC thing, I don't think this AC is powerful enough to actually cool. It does cool it down a bit. I think maybe it cools it down maybe a good 7 degrees, maybe. It makes it endurable, especially I'm doing this in the mid heat of the day. Let's see here. I'm going to check the audio before we get into this Bible study devotional, just so I'm not so I don't mess it up. It's a bad feeling when you start talking for like 40 minutes and then you realize that your mic isn't working, or not the mic, but the camera, the phone. Okay, here we go. It is working. Sweet. Let me chug a little bit of this coffee. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. Let's do this Bible study. Okay, we're going to try and be, let's see here. What do we need? We need zeal, fortitude, vitality, enthusiasm. We need to rejoice. We need, what? Okay, let's see here. What did we get into the other day? It was endurance. Was that what it was? Endurance. We went over zeal. I'm trying to think. There actually is this other streamer. He's actually, I think, one of the top Christian streamers. I see him. I don't know his actual name. I'm following him, but what's his name? But man, he gets a lot of viewers and followers and stuff. He plays Albion Online. There's actually 2 streamers I've been seeing, 2 Christian streamers that are playing Albion Online. I haven't played that game before, but it looks cool. But I checked out his profile, and he does have a Bible verse. And the Bible verse he has is it's like whatever you do with it with all your heart, for you're serving the Lord, or something like that. What verse is that? I think it's in it might be in Corinthians. I don't know, where is that verse? Let's look that up. And we'll do a commentary on that one. Whatever you do do as unto the Lord. Is that it? Or what? It's like work heartily, or I can't remember. Whatever you do for the Lord, or something like that. Oh, it's Colossians 3:23. The ESV is, whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men. And then this is the KJV. And whatsoever ye do, do it heartily as to the Lord and not unto men. The NIV says, whatever you do, work at it all with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters. look it up in here. Do I have it underlined in here? But yeah, that's the one that I saw that guy have. He has it on. He has that one up there. So I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. The one per. Oh, it's 23. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll read Colossians 3 then. Let's see here. Okay. If then you have been raised with Christ, seek the things that are above where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. Set your minds on things that are above, not on things that are on earth. For you have died, and your life is hidden with Christ in God. When Christ, who is your life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. What in the world? Let me read that again. When Christ, who is your life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. Very interesting. Put to death, therefore, what is earthly in you: sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. On account of these, the wrath of God is coming. In these, you too once walked when you were living in them. See, coveting was a big one. I think coveting, there was actually a book I read, and it actually really, really changed my outlook on coveting, right? I know I've brought this up in earlier streams, but I think it's good to cover it again. There was a book that I read, and I don't know what, I read it in Barnes & Noble when I was in Long Beach. It was at Marina Pacifica. The Barnes & Noble at Marina Pacifica is gnarly. If you go to Long Beach and you go to the Marina Pacifica Barnes & Noble, it is amazing. It's a 2-story Barnes & Noble, and the workers there were so cool. They would like let me they would let me in there like it was like a library. I could just, I mean, a lot of people basically used it as basically a library, but instead of checking out the books, you just read them all in there, right? I basically read so many Christian books in there. It was pretty gnarly, and they had a really nice, just that whole area was just super. I don't know if you guys have seen Mullen Wow. There's like this there's this zone called Darnassus, and it looked just like that place. It was ridiculous. Like it had like this moat thing, and then there's all these boats, and then there's like this big bridge, and it was so gnarly to look at. Very interesting. Anyway, but there's this book, and it was about there was a chapter about coveting, right? And basically what I remember about coveting, because this one really, really hit me. I wish I would have taken a picture of it or something like that, but they were talking about coveting, and basically they were saying something like this pastor or somebody was saying comparisons can open the gateway to coveting, right? Now see, the comparisons, we comparing our lives with somebody else's, right? And we can do that subconsciously, right? And I think even in the age, now this is my own opinion on it, right? In the age of our modern society, I think it's getting very, very interesting because via the internet, right? Because we have so many outlooks now on people's lives, right? So the thing about coveting is that coveting, essentially, from what the book has said, can lead to envy, right? And envy can just lead to just feelings of jealousy, right? And the thing about it is that, okay, so we have comparisons, we go into comparisons, we go into coveting, we go into envy and jealousy, right? Now see, those two emotions right there, envy and jealousy, from what the book was saying, envy and jealousy can stem into sadness and depression at your own life because you think you're not at the point where you want to be, or you see somebody else and they have what you want and you're confused as to why you don't have that. And then that can even turn into anger, right? Anger and wrath. And the thing about what the book was saying is that these two emotions, sadness and depression and anger and wrath, they can actually be like vice versa. Sometimes the most sad people are the most angry people, and sometimes the most angry people are sometimes the most sad people, and sometimes these emotions over time. I mean, it's not. This is an overall thing. It's not like everybody is like that, right? But this is a general thing if you look deeper into the roots of what we're going into, right? And the thing of what they were saying is that from sadness and depression and anger and wrath, right, it can lead into so many other things, like anger and wrath. You can go into like stealing something because you wanted something what somebody had, right, and so you wanted to go steal it, right. It can lead into killing people, right. It can lead into murder. It can lead into stuff like that, right. And it's so basically, and then like I remember like the last chapter of the book or something. Well, not the like of the chapter of what we were talking about, coveting. They were basically saying that in our modern society, right, coveting is such a subtle thing at times, right? Even in terms of marketing, in terms of just things that we think we need but we really don't, or just stuff like that. So what ends up happening is that you can be coveting and not even know you're coveting, and then see how it leads into all these different emotions of like jealousy and anger and jealousy and envy, and then just that can lead into other things. And then basically what they were saying is that, as if I remember, take my words with a grain of salt, I probably got some words wrong, but I've kind of remembered it, the overview of it. And they were basically saying that coveting, because coveting is one of the last commandments, right? And they were basically saying why coveting is one of the last commandments is because it is a root commandment. Because from coveting, it can stem into so many sins that are just, it's ridiculous actually how many sins can actually stem from coveting, just from, and I think that's something that's not really, it's kind of weird actually now that I think about it, because I have listened to a lot of sermons, especially from even the churches that I do attend, and the thing about it is that I have yet to hear many pastors even bring up coveting. And it's kind of weird because that one book, man, I don't even remember the title of the book. I just remember that one chapter because when I read that chapter, it just hit me like a brick wall, man. I was like, dude, that's what I was doing my entire life, literally. Like, like I was literally such a covetous person, right? And that's when I learned that, and I fully had it in my mind. That literally the word. I'm not looking at anything right now. Like I don't have this written down. This is literally what I have remembered, right? And every time, and the thing is that if you can almost like, how the Bible talks about the armor of God, right? The armor of God, and also like the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, right? And then we have the shield of faith, we have the helmet of salvation, we have the breastplate of righteousness, we have the boots of the gospel of peace, we have the belt of truth. I think that's all of it, right? Well, the thing about it is that like, it's almost like okay, so see how like the sword of the Spirit is the Word of God, right? We put S in front of word, it becomes sword. Well, the thing about it is that like, it's almost like when you get God's Word deeper into your mind frame, right? It's almost like when these negative things happen in your life, right? You kind of have a barrier of protection, right? It's like you have this just this negative spell reflector, right? It's almost because like, especially with the coveting one, because it's even now I still even struggle with it because I don't remember what I've just said. There's so many times where I'm actually coveting still even to and the thing is I don't remember those words that I've just said. Like at times, like sometimes it's like you just don't want to remember, or you just kind of just, I don't know, you just get confused. Sometimes you start doubting God. That's what happens to me a lot. Sometimes I just start doubting God. I'm like, God, why is my life like this? Why can't it be like that person's? It could be like, or why did that thing happen in my past? Why is this not happening right now? Why do you even have me here, right? Like I think doubt can actually be a very big one of not having maybe even doubt could even damage your armor of God, right? Because now when I think about doubt, there's this thing in James, right? It says something about, let's see if I can find it without Googling it, right? It says something about, in James, I remember he says something about, like, if I remember correctly, he says, like, if you have faith and no doubt, or something about doubting, because it's like the ways of the sea or something like that. Oh yeah, it's in James 1, that's why I remember it. Okay, so if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given him. But let him ask in faith with no doubting. For the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea that is driven and tossed by the wind. For that person must not suppose that he will receive anything from the Lord. He is a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways. See, that's the thing, is that I go through a lot of doubts, right? At times with God and stuff. And the thing is that I've noticed sometimes it's like hard too, right? Because like sometimes like modern society just puts these, sometimes when you have the view scope of modern society, or I guess maybe a worldly aspect, or even just the way people have been raised, right? I think that's another interesting thing about like scripture and how people are raised in modern society, right? Because I think how we're raised unintentionally maybe can even lead people astray from the Word of God, right? Because it's, in some cases I even think like, I think most, if not everybody that grows up in modern society right now, we're always driven by money, right? Right when we get taught, when we're a little kid, it's like, go out, start making money, do this, right? And it's just almost like, and then when you go into the scriptures and it says, well, you can't serve two masters, right? And you're like, wait a minute, wait, that doesn't make sense. Well, what about what I was taught as a kid, right? Aren't we supposed to, no. That's a whole nother topic right there, but like, I think it's interesting, right? And coveting is a very big one. I've had to learn I've actually had to learn that one very, very harshly at times, because sometimes I even have to go back and sometimes it's not even like you start coveting and go, boom, all right, I'm coveting, I remember all that stuff, right? Sometimes it's actually, you have to do the opposite. Sometimes you get angry, or sometimes you're depressed, and then you have to go up the chain and be like, okay, well, why am I like this, right? Why are these emotions happening, right? And then if you go deeper up the chain, a lot of it actually gets stemmed from coveting. Well, I don't know, maybe in my life, I think in other people's lives, it could be different, right? Well, I know it's different, but it's like, coveting is just a big one. I think that's I think that's one that, but it's very strange with coveting, right? Because we live in a society, right? So it's like, in some degree, like, especially in the society that we promote, right? It's almost like, keep getting better, right? Keep growing, keep getting better. It's almost like, but sometimes it's, in some cases it's sad, because at times like we can make people covet without knowing that we're doing that, right? So it's like, but the thing is that sometimes these people didn't even want that, right? Because they're just trying their best, right? Sometimes that's the other confusing thing about coveting, right? Because sometimes I think if we ask most people, right, we all want to try to do our best, right? We always want to just keep becoming better, right? But sometimes even look at our work, right? Sometimes like when we're working, right, since we've equated it to money, right? And our hours or something within our work is equating how much our worth is as a person at times, even though it's not really, I don't think it's really like that, but I think a lot of people equate their maybe hourly wages or something like that to them as who they are as a person, because we put so much things into attaining money to, and stuff like this, that sometimes I feel, because we made that so important, that people just want to keep getting better, right? And that's not a bad thing, but the thing is that, since we've equated our worth with our money that we make and stuff like that, then we're kind of like getting more things, and then all this, and then what can happen is then some people go, well, why do they have that, and why don't I have that, or why are they making that much money, I'm not making that much money, and all that, all that confusion, right? But and I think honestly that's caused so much confusion and so much. It's a very strange. I wonder what people in a psychological sense of like, psychology. I wonder what they think about that, right? Like, I don't know. It's a very, 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 very strange topic to think about with that whole scope of like what your worth is as a person or something like that, and how our modern society kind of imposes that we are less than or more than or better than other people, right? And I think because of that, it's kind of caused this lack of empathy, and I don't know. It's very bizarre actually to think about. Anyway, let's keep going with this verse. That was so strange. I don't even know. It's so weird how I'll read one word and then that's the crazy thing too. I'll read one word. I read the word covetousness in chapter 3, verse 5, right, of Colossians. And it went into this big, just deep root of like that was a root, man. Like there was just boom. Like I just remember all these thoughts, all these things, all these people that I've met, that I've talked about things with, especially in Long Beach. Because I think that was what was really eye-opening, is living in Long Beach, and then just you get to really see, like firsthand, the kind of like the paradoxical nature of our modern society. Of like, it's so weird when you go into Long Beach, right? You'll see just people just living, just homeless. Some of them just have the clothes on their back. Imagine that. You just have the clothes on your back and you're just living. I think if we take most people and you got rid of everything in their life, right? Just in a matter of, imagine if everything right now in this garage, just everything in your life right now, just boom, was gone in a second, right? I think most of us would just go completely insane, right? We'd just go, what in the world? Like, oh, we'd just go crazy, right? And it's so weird going in Long Beach, right? Because you'll see some homeless people and it's just like, they don't have anything. And it's like, they're living it up. I'm like, what in the world, bro? You're not, it's so like bizarre to see, right? It's like, it's intense, man, to really, really see that. And then you'll see like some guy with a Ferrari, right? Like some guy with like living in like a couple $1 million beach home or something. And that's the other weird thing. You'll see like a gnarly like $1 million beach home, right? Boom. Right next to the beach there's gonna be a homeless dude just living there, right? And you're just like, what in the world? Like, it's just so bizarre, man. Like, it's so like, but it also keeps you humble, because I think that's what I learned a lot in Long Beach, was that like, I remember like, because I lived in my car for 3.5 years in Long Beach. I don't even consider that being homeless. It was kind of being homeless, but like I still had like shelter and stuff, right? I could still store things in my car, right? I literally could store my bike in my car so it didn't get stolen, right? Like all this stuff. And the thing about it is I met so many people, man, so many homeless people that just didn't have anything, dude. It was so gnarly. And there was so many, especially in the beginning, I was just complaining, and I was angry at God. And I was like, God, what in the world? Why are you doing this, man? Like, this is just like I went out to California kind of thinking that I was going to actually get a job at Blizzard, which is completely bizarre, right? And then I had all this stuff happen to me, had basically all my artwork stolen, and then and then I just ended up and for some reason they didn't steal my bike. Out of that whole trip, I don't even understand how they stole all these other things from me. It's like God like took all these things away from me, but the only thing He kind of left in my life was actually my bike, and that's the weirdest thing. And maybe that's why I ride so much now, but it's so bizarre. But it was weird. Is there's this verse we covered this verse the other week. I think we actually covered it last week somewhere, but it's this proverb that says, where is it? It's like the rich and the poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. And man, dude, that verse, like when I read it again, I just cannot help but think about like LA, man. Like you go there and it really does humble you, because the thing about it is that like sometimes like I literally remember, like I firsthand remember there was days where I was complaining, just living in my car. I was so angry. Like that was actually probably like, the times where I went just so, I was like so confused at life and stuff like that. And this is my parents' house, by the way. It's not like I have this bought a house or something like that, right? This is my parents' house. So the thing is that, and this is a different state, by the way. This is not in Long Beach. But anyway, I remember there was days where like that was happening, and then like I would see this homeless person, and they were just like happy, and I'm like, what in the world, bro? I was like I was so confused. I was in so much anxiety, and this dude, without anything, literally just the clothes on his back, he's just living it up. I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? Like, why am I even angry right now? Like, I could be losing everything, right? And this dude, and it's just, and when you get to see that firsthand in your life, in reality, it's such a different, like, experience, right? Because I think that's the other strange thing about, like, a lot of parts of society, because a lot of parts of society, we kind of live more in, like, these cloistered areas or, like, suburban areas, right? In some areas, you don't even see homeless people, right? Sometimes you can go days, weeks without even seeing a homeless person, right? But sometimes when you're living, especially say you're living in Long Beach stuff, right? Like it's like you can't hide from it. You are gonna see homeless people, right? It's like, and it keeps you humble. Well, it kept me humble, because like I remember like before I experienced that in reality, right? Because like you could see it on the internet, right? And you could just like click off of something if you don't like it. That's the weird thing about the internet, right? Because if you see something and you don't want to see that, right? You're like, oh, I don't want, oh, that's not, boom, exit out, right? Exit out. But sometimes when it's faced with you in reality, it's like, it's such a different thing, because you can't really just exit that out, right? It's just like right there in front of you. Yeah. Oh, who's saying something? Oh, what's up, man? Thanks for the emojis. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here we go. So, man, I can't believe I just got into this chapter, and I'm like, anyway, so this verse that it says, the rich and the poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. See, I really like that one. It's very, this one really, it even confuses me at times, right? It even confuses me, especially like when you see and hear about, like the prosperity gospel preachers, right? Where they say they're that way, right? Or why does that pastor have so much money? Or why do they, all that kind of stuff, right? But then sometimes I wonder if the Lord actually like opened the gateway for them to attain that, right? The rich and the poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. Sometimes I wonder if like, I don't take these words with a very big grain of salt, but sometimes I wonder if like God like sometimes like runs like prototypes on people's lives, right? Or like tests people's lives, right? Like imagine like sometimes I even think he does that with like different denominations at times, right? Like he gives certain things to certain believers, right? And just seeing, okay, what are these people gonna think, right? Or what are people gonna think when I give that pastor $1 million or something, right? Or what if that pastor became homeless and he's just on the streets or something, right? What are people gonna think? And like I'm wondering like if there's like these like tests or something that the Lord runs on people's lives just to see maybe ultimately what's fishing for souls. I mean, because that's the other thing, right? Because we are meant to. And he said to them, follow me and I will make you fishers of men, right? Sometimes I've been confused at this verse too, because I go, especially from the sermons that I've listened to, sometimes I go, well, man, don't you think there would be much better ways to fish for people right at the moment? Or like, I think if I had that, or if I just had that, right, it would make fishing for souls much easier or something like that, right? But I guess God gives us what we need even before we ask, right? So the things that we have at the moment is, I guess, where God has placed us, right? We should try and make the most of it. Let's see. Let's get back into reading Colossians 3. I haven't even finished this. This is gnarly. Okay, let's see. We're on Colossians 3:6. On account of these, the wrath of God is coming. And these you too once walked in when you were living in them. See, that's the thing. I just read that and I'm like, dude, I remember like going through all this crazy. Let's just finish it off. Let's just finish this. There's so many thoughts that start springing up. It's so interesting. But now you must put them all away: anger, wrath, malice, slander, and obscene talk from your mouth. Do not lie to one another, seeing that you have put off the old self with its practices, and have put on the new self, which is being renewed in knowledge after the image of its creator. Here there is not Greek and Jew, circumcised and uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave, free, but Christ is all and in all. Man, that is a crazy verse right there, huh? But Christ is all and in all. We're going to have to look up that. That one's very interesting, right? What in the world? Let me read that again. Here there is not Greek and Jew, circumcised and uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave, free, but Christ is all and in all. Okay, let's just finish this off because I just want to look up so many verses, man. There's so many of these verses I have yet to even look at the commentary or anything on it, really. But put on then as God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, compassionate hearts, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience, bearing with one another, if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other, as the Lord has forgiven you, so you also must forgive. Man, look at that. Bearing with one another, if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other, right? Like, isn't that maybe what other denominations need to start doing, right? Because I hear so many denominations, man, it just seems like they just put them down. I mean, I don't know, man. I've been hearing some strange things from other believers, man. It's just like, man, I don't even know. It's so confusing at times, and I'm like, I don't know. But I guess right here, we're supposed to just be forgiving each other, right? Above all these put on love, which binds everything together in perfect harmony. Oh, we were just talking about harmony, right? Above all, put on love, which binds everything together. So there's actually, in love, right? Where love, it's 1 Corinthians 13. I think that's a very famous verse if we go into that one about love, right? Okay, so this is the definition of love in 1 Corinthians 13. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. What in the world? After reading this again, it's very strange that it says, love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. What does believes all things means? What does the KJV version say that? Huh. Does it say that in the KJV? I'm actually very curious. That's 1 Corinthians 13:7. 1 Cor 13:7. Let's see. What does the KJV say? 1 Cor 13:7. Oh wow. This is the KJV says beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. What does believeth all things mean? Let's look up. I'm actually very, very confused now. What do you think that means? Believeth all things. What does that mean? 1 Cor 13:7 commentary. I hope somebody goes into that. Okay, let's look up Bible Ref. What does Bible Ref say of 1 Corinthians 13:7? Okay, let's see. The NIV says, It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. ESV says love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Okay, let's see. What does 1 Corinthians 13:7 mean? Paul is coming to the end of his concise description of what true love looks like. The Greek word used for love, agape, describes God's unconditional love for his children and how he intends for us to love each other. After reading Paul's letter, it cannot be said that these 14 descriptors are true of the Corinthians' treatment of each other. Isn't that... Man, I wonder if there's something about that verse and about the different denominations, right? I don't know. I take that with a huge grain of salt. I am still trying to figure out of this whole confusion about all the different denominations, right? Because it's just so weird because, like, I have so many friends in so many different denominations, and the thing is that sometimes we've just been raised in certain denominations, but yet it seems that there's the commonality is everybody believes in Christ, right? And then then I just hear some pastors, and they just always just bring some certain denominations down, or they just, I don't know, it's just very I don't know, just something about it just doesn't seem. It seems like I understand where they're coming from, but also I don't know, something's just weird about it when I know people personally, and the very denominations they're putting down, they believe in Christ too, right? And it's just so strange. So I'm just like, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue reading this. As Paul has piled on descriptors to show what Christian love does and does not do, it has become clear that love sets itself aside for the good of others. More precisely, those who love as Christ does set themselves aside to meet the needs of other Christians. It turns out loving as Jesus loves is hard. Now, Paul shows that God's love is, in a sense, inexhaustible. It places no limits on its commitment to other believers. Love bears all things. Love doesn't say this far and no further. Love is not limited by what is reasonable or by what other people would be willing to put up with. This does not mean that someone should allow him or herself to continually be wounded, physically or otherwise, by other believers or family members. Sometimes love bears pain from a safe and legal distance. But truly godly love doesn't quit when others become annoying or difficult to deal with. Okay, here's the very confusing one, why I looked up this verse. Love believes all things. Does this make love gullible? No. The choice to believe those who may be deceiving us removes the burden to catch others in the act of lying and projects onto them a respect they may or may not deserve. The one who is loved carries the burden to be truthful or to be held accountable to God rather than to us. I feel like he could have went way deeper on that one, right? I'm still confused on that, right? Okay, let's see. Love hopes all things. Love roots for victory in others, for good to win, the truth to come out. In the Bible, hope is more than just a wish. It is a confidence that God will do as he says. Paul began this letter by saying to the Corinthians that Christ will sustain you to the end, guiltless in the day of the Lord Jesus Christ. 1 Corinthians 1:8. His confident hope for them was one evidence of his love for them. Love endures all things. Christians face hard times. Those who choose to love as Jesus does not stop loving when life becomes difficult. Love for God and others endures through tough days and long nights. What does love believes all things? I'm still confused at that. Is anybody else still confused? Because I'm still confused. What does love 1 Cor 13:7, what does love believes all things mean? Because I don't know, man. That one's very confusing, right? I mean, imagine Imagine you hear a pastor and they go, "Well, don't believe in that denomination. Don't do that. Don't believe in that denomination." They're saying all this stuff, and then what would you say? Now, what would they say if you said this right here? Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things. What does that mean? Right? That just totally just confuses me now. Does that not confuse anybody else? That's just confusing to me. Okay, let's see. Love believes all things. 1 Cor 13:7. What is this from? This is Gospel Coalition. I've never read a commentary on Gospel Coalition, so I don't know. Let's see what they say about it, because I'm confused on it. Today we consider the second of 4 clauses in 1 Corinthians 13:7. Love believes all things. These clauses describe Christian love, and as they instruct us, he we see. I think they mistyped that. He we see. What in the world? Here, they mistyped that. They put he. He we see that the nature of Christian love is that it believes all things. The word belief comes from the Greek root pistetis, which is usually translated simply as faith. There is some question whether this phrase refers to the Christian's maintenance of their beliefs about God and Christ and the gospel. If that was the case, a more literal translation of has all faith would be more appropriate. However, in context, we notice that Paul is explaining to the Corinthians what their regard for one another should look like. Paul is describing an attitude toward others that is manifested in action. As such, the expression believes all things is best understood as that attitude which assumes the best in others. To believe all things means that we give others the benefit of the doubt. It means that we expect the best. It means that we are able to overlook the offenses and failures of others. It means we believe that over time we can commit ourselves to one another. Believing all things means that we are willing to trust one another. I feel that is not going on right now, right? Man. Believing all things means that we are willing to trust one another. I feel like that is not occurring. I don't know. Does that feel like, am I just going crazy? Does that not seem like that's, I don't know. Let's just finish this off. Perhaps you are struggling to believe all things. About others in our church, perhaps you are quick to expect others to fail. Perhaps you don't believe that others will respond to things like they should. You doubt that they are capable of doing what they promise. You believe they will fail. You believe they will fail you. Failure to believe all things is marked by suspicion. We suspect that others are being deceitful, hiding their true intentions and motives. You believe that despite someone's own words, that they are up to no good. It is marked by stewing inwardly, dissecting the actions and remarks of others, interpreting their every act. We anticipate being offended and prepare our rebuttals. We anticipate being let down and prepare our scathing critique. We accuse the motives of others, assuming that their ultimate purposes are selfish. Failure to love in this way is also the most hypercritical thing. So many times I have been so quick to note someone else's sin, usually privately to myself, and consider them a lost cause. I have considered entire persons on the basis of only their most recent actions. I have used words always in my expectations of others' sin, and never meeting my expectations in this way, I have reduced others to a mere caricature of their true selves. This sin has many consequences, but most notably it costs us friendship. When we sin in this way, we ultimately close ourselves to the relationships with others. To protect ourselves from being hurt, we doubt others, and this prevents us from opening our hearts to them and forming the Christian bond of fellowship. Failing to believe all things is ultimately an offense against God. Holy Toledo, what in the world? To doubt is people. Now here, you got to take this thing. I don't know who writes his commentaries, right? So I don't really know if that's the end all be all, right? So take this with a grain of salt. This is not my writing, right? Okay, so to doubt is people is to doubt the to doubt is people is to doubt the sanctifying power of God. God has promised to complete what he started at salvation. When we doubt his people, we are doubting him. When we doubt his people, we are doubting him. See, that's the strange thing, right? Because this commentary is a little, well, it just makes me confused, because then what if there's many people that say they're his people, right? And they go, well, that denomination's wrong, don't believe them, do this. And then what if this denomination's like, don't believe them? So then when we doubt his people, we are doubting him. So what is that? I don't know, I'm so confused, right? We doubt the power and the plan. Okay, back to the commentary. We doubt the plan and the power and plan of God to conform each of us into the image of Christ. We question his work. We think of him as one who begins and then forgets. Brothers and sisters, let us repent of this terrible sin. Let have faith. Man, there's a lot of mistypes in here. Very strange. There's been like 5 mistypes. So strange. I don't kind of that makes me a little weary about this one, huh? It says let it shouldn't be let's. Let have faith others to come through for us when we need them. Let us trust one another's motives. Let us trust that others have our best purposes in mind. Let us trust that other are, and there's another typo, that other are looking out for us. Let us believe that God is at work. There's another typo. In the world, there's so many typos. Work is the lives of other. Dude, there's so many typos in this one. That's ridiculous. Let us open ourselves to others, not fearing being hurt or let down, but being willing to endure momentary offenses and failures in light of what God is doing in each of our lives. Who writes this? I don't even know. The Gospel Coalition. They have a pretty gnarly website. It's like the second one. It's like the first one that came up, and there's like 7 typos in it that I saw. I mean, these are like typos where you think that like the spell check would have got it right, but what does everybody think of this verse? I'd like to see. You know what I'd like to think? Like, just like I said this last week. Someone out there, anybody out there that's even listening to these Bible study devotional things that we're doing, it'd be really cool. What I'd like to see, because like on Bible, Open Bible, I think it's called Open Bible, that website where it has like, you see all the translations of the verse, right, and then you see the commentaries. Well, it'd be cool, anybody out there that's like a programmer or something, it'd be cool to see like the entire Bible in every single translation, even in Greek and Hebrew, and even different languages, and all on the same website. You could switch them all like that, and then you see every single commentary that's ever been written down and recorded on the internet, every single commentary for that single verse. And then it'd be cool if there was like another section where any person, there's like an open forum or something, where anybody, even unbelievers, anybody right there, and they could put their own 2 cents of what they think about that verse, right? Because I think that would be very interesting, because now what I am confused, maybe not confused, but what I'm curious is, what does every single denomination think of this verse now, right? Love believes all things. What does every single denomination think of this verse, right? Because right now, as I'm looking through this, right, it seems that now this is so, like, there's no concise, I can't just click on one thing and be like, okay, this is what this denomination thinks of this verse, this is what this denomination thinks of this verse, this is what this one. It's like I have to keep going, and I have to, like, I don't even know what denominations these people really are, to be honest, so I don't even know, like, but I think it'd be very interesting. It'd be very interesting to see an overview of denominational barriers and be like, oh, well, that's interesting, I didn't think about that, or they bring up another verse, or they bring up something that, that might combo into something else that I didn't think of, or somebody else didn't think of, right? I think that would be really, really cool, and I think that would be very interesting. Because, I mean, at the moment right now, I'm still pretty confused at this, right? Let's see, what does this one say? Okay, this one's loaded with ads. This site, what site is this? This is Knowing Jesus. Okay, so this one says, love believes all things. By looking for the good in others rather than suspecting the wrong, he seeks out the best in others with a gracious wisdom that does not condone evil, but which trusts God's word to be both his plumb line for truth and his standard for godly behavior. See, what I'm wondering is like, I mean, I don't know. It's not like, it seems like none of these commentaries are really getting into what I'm like confused at, right? So let's go on the Bible, this one, let's see. Okay, this one says, takes the best and kindest views of all men and all circumstances as long as it is possible to do so. It is opposite to the common spirit which drags everything into detritum pardum, paints it in the darkest colors and makes the worst of it. Love is entirely alien from the spirit of the cynic, this pessimist and ecclesiastical rival. The anonymous slanderer, the secret detractor, hopeth all things. Christians seem to have lost sight altogether of the truth that hope is something more than the result of sanguine temperament. This is a strange word. And that it is a gift and grace. Hope is averse to sourness and gloom. It takes sunny, cheerful views of man, of the world, and of God, because it is a sister of love. Endureth all things, whether the 70 times 7 offenses of the brother, Luke 17:4, or the wrongs of patient merit, 2 Corinthians 2:24, or the sufferings and self-denials and persecutions of the life spent in doing good, 2 Timothy 2:10. The reader need hardly he reminded that these verses he has picture of the life and character of Christ. Wow. I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised that this site didn't have more commentaries on this, man. Isn't that so bizarre? Like, you think that site would at least have, like, 100 commentaries, you know? Anyway, let's, man, I got so sidetracked. We need to finish this one. That one totally got me sidetracked. I guess not sidetracked, it was good. Maybe there's a reason why. Maybe there's a reason why I'm still confused on it, right? Like, I feel like all those it seemed like, you know, a lot of commentaries I get actually a lot of sustenance out of, right? Looking up those commentaries, I feel like it was kind of like, I don't know, is it not, I don't know, I kind of felt like they didn't want to, like, talk about maybe the other things about what I was confused on, right? Anyway, well, I tried to look it up. Maybe we'll look it up a couple months from now. Maybe there'll be a lot of new commentaries, right? I mean, I guess the other thing I haven't done is I haven't looked up that verse and put it on YouTube and sermons. I bet there should be a lot of sermons. We'll have to do that as well. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Patience, bearing with one another. Okay, bearing with one another. Okay, we're back in Colossians 3:13. We're going to finish off this. And I'm going to really, really try not to think and look at commentaries, but the thing is that now, see, there's a lot of verses where I start reading it and I get confused, right? And the thing is that, like, now when I get confused, I'm going to, like, try and look it up, because sometimes when I read it, like, when I first read through the Bible, like, a couple times, you know, I didn't go back. I just kind of, like, just read it through, and I just kind of, like, you know, just kind of read it through. I kind of just wanted to get it done, right? I just wanted to, you know, but this one, it's like, I don't know. See if we can find some more stuff. Bearing with one another, if one has a complaint against another, wait, let's hear. Okay, yeah. Bearing with one another, and if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other as the Lord has forgiven you, so you also must forgive. Above all, put these on love. Wow. See, that's what confused me, right? Above all. It's so strange. He says to put on above everything, right? And we just looked up the definition of love, right? So it's very, I don't know, it's very confusing, right? Which binds everything together in perfect harmony. See, that does make sense, right? So we are supposed to be in harmony, right? And let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you were called in one body, and be thankful. Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom, singing psalms and hymns, and spiritual songs with thankfulness in your hearts to God. And whatever you do, in word or deed, do everything in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. Wives, submit to your husbands as fitting in the Lord. Husbands, love your wives and do not be harsh with them. Children, obey your parents in everything, for this pleases the Lord. Fathers, do not provoke your children, lest they become discouraged. Bondservants in everything, those who are your earthly masters, not by way of eye service as people pleasers, but with sincerity of heart, fearing the Lord. Now, see, that one's actually a very controversial one too. Bondservants, obey everything that your earthly masters. That's a very, very controversial thing right there. But also, I have heard something like it's almost like being indebted to. So, back in the day, bondservants could even seem like in a different light, right? Being in debt to somebody could almost be like being something. I don't know. There was something like somebody said something like that. Like if you owe money to or something like that. I don't know. Look it up. You're gonna have to look up these verses because that right there, these 5 verses I just went under, there is so much controversy on them that I don't even want to get into it. You're gonna have to look it up on YouTube. There's so many. I'm not. At this point, there's so many controversies at some of these verses, it's almost embarrassing to read. But I just did it, so we're going to go through it, right? But, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but look it up. You can look them up on YouTube, right? Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men, knowing that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward. You are serving the Lord Christ. For the wrongdoer will be paid back for the wrong he has done, and there is no partiality. So here's the other one about right in the verse 4 Colossians. It says, "And Jesus, who is called Justus, Justus." Another name for Jesus, Justus. I've yet to hear many people bring up that name, right? Just us. But it's not like justice like in Justice League. Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men, knowing that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward. You are serving the Lord Christ. Yeah, there's a bunch of controversies in these the whole thing about wives and bondservants and stuff like that, and I don't think I'm the one to really go into that stuff. I kind of went over it a little bit, right, about the whole. The other thing is I have heard some people say, well, back in Paul's time in Rome, right, or wherever, back in the day, right, back in history, society was much different in those days. So, but I don't know. That's something I haven't really studied too much, so. But I do, what is actually kind of weird is I do remember actually today someone was actually going over some of these controversial ones. Okay, we'll end it with one more verse. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. Proverbs 3, chapter 5 through 6. And that was the Bible study today. I drank a lot of coffee today, so I'm a little bit more, I can already tell like I'm a little bit more energetic. Okay. But we have uncovered, maybe not uncovered, but have gotten into a confusion, right? Watch, I bet, I even think, dude, like, if I put this, what do you think this means? I'm going to let you, I'll put it up there, too. What does 1 Corinthians 13:7, believeth all things mean? Like, I'll get, like, 3 or 4, sometimes, well, I guess sometimes I do get some replies, but I'm wondering, like, what other people would think of that. What does believeth all things mean? Anyway, let's do a card reading. Let's kind of tone it down a bit, man. We kind of went a little out there, right? We're gonna tone it down now. We're gonna do a card reading. We're just see some inspiring artwork, right? Especially with some of those verses, man. Some of those verses are very, 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 very controversial. And yeah, and I'm not the one to really go into deeper into those ones. I kind of, I guess we could, but it would take. I also switched out a bunch of cards today, so I'm wondering if I pick out any of the new ones I put in here. Just want to see some new artwork, right? Some ones that I'm not, ones that I haven't actually put up on the stream yet, so. Let's see if we draw any of the new cards. I guess not new cards. Those cards I already had, but I just put them in here, switched them out. So today, we're going to get back into, the thing is that this upside down trick that I'm doing, there's actually, I think, 4 ways to get into this. The way I've been doing it, I think, is the easiest way to get into it, but you kind of need front brakes and back brakes. There is a way you can do it brakeless, but you have to do a half lash and then go on the side of your bike and then push it over like that. So you actually can do this brakeless, right? The only problem is I don't push the bike up like that. I'm kind of bad at half lashes and going on the side of the bike. So if you are brakeless and you want to learn this trick, it's not impossible for you. You can learn how to do it. Okay, let me cut this right here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's put this one right at the top. Okay, these cards right here are going to be the ones that we draw. I do one more. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. What are we gonna draw? I'm actually wondering. So yeah, it's kind of strange because see, if this was a YouTube video, and I got a bunch of hate on this stuff that I'm doing right now with the whole Bible study devotional stuff, right? I feel like I would have gotten so discouraged by now that I probably would have stopped doing it, right? But since this is a live stream, right, and nobody really even talks too much on the thing, or they don't want to say anything bad, right, because it's a live stream, right? So I don't know. So I'm kind of just going into the fray, right? I'm just like going in. Whereas, like, say if I made this a YouTube video and I got like 100 comments, like, dude, you need to stop doing that, bro. It's all this negativity. I think I actually might have been swayed by the negative comments. That's actually a very interesting thing. It's like being swayed by negativity, right? Stuff like that. Okay, let's do a card reading. Anyway, let's not think about that negative stuff. Let's think about just cool artwork. What are we going to draw, man? What artwork are we going to see? First card of the day. Okay. First card of the day is Guy's Blessing. I like the artwork on this one. Nice traditional drawing. Okay, number 2. Holy Strength. Number 3. Angel of Vitality. 4. Ooh, I haven't drawn this card in a while. 2 angels in a row. Sephira Sky's Blade. Love the artwork on that one. Ooh, Master Transmuter. Master Transmuter. This is the flavor text on this one. Wasted potential surrounds us. Lend me that bauble and let me see what it can be made to be. This card, man, I have been drawing this card so many times. I drew this card like 3 times last week. Renewed Faith. Faith is good to have, though, right? Dude, I got 3 angels today. I actually did put a lot of more angel, but these are all the angels that I have already had in here. Angel of Jubilation. Okay, last card. What do you think this last card would be? I'm so curious. Oh, Regenerate, cool. Love the artwork on this one. That one's gnarly. Regenerates. And that was the hand for today. Now we're going to get into some knee stretches and knee exercises. And then we're going to get into doing this combo. I kind of want to try, when I first tried to learn this combo, I was doing the gyrator, trying to get into it, and I kind of want to learn that. Because I think it would look cooler because the way I'm doing it is like, you know, I do that like, it's like the easy way to get it, and you just get into it right away, right? Into the upside down toe whip. So you get into it right away. But the thing I like about the gyrator right in is that you're scuffing it, right? You scuff, and then you get into it, and then you can get into the other scuff, and land it, right? So kind of there's like some uniformity of the scuff pattern, right? Because you're doing a scuff into it, a scuff out of it. Whereas this one, it's kind of like get into it, boom, and then scuff, and then it's a little, right? It's kind of strange for me. So I kind of want to learn I'm going to attempt to do the gyrator a couple tries. But I kind of gave up, so I think I'm going to retry to do it because I started getting into it, and maybe I might be able to do it now. So. Okay, let's do some knee stretches. Knee stretches, and then we're probably gonna sweep up, and then we're gonna do this combo stuff. Okay. I might have to to switch out another seat too. I kind of destroyed that one already. Man, if there's a signature, dude, that's what they need to make, man. Maybe not a signature seat or something, but like, they need to make a seat where you can do these tricks and it just doesn't break. They've literally broken this seat. They always bend. Look at how this, see how this one bent? The same thing happened on that one. Look how it bends. It actually bent the opposite way. Look at that. This one bent down. That one bent up. And then this one started cracking right here. So it'd be cool to make a seat that doesn't break. I don't know how they would do that. I think what they would have to do is they would have to, see how there's those two rails? They'd have to make some sort of seat where like the rails are like molded together, like it's just one giant rail. Not like a pivotal seat, because I think a pivotal seat would break too, because I don't know. Dude, I think it feels like my knee's like all healed. Like I know it sounds bizarre, but it feels like it's just a little bit like I lost maybe like 1% range of motion, right? Like just 1%. It's still a little tight once I get pull it in a bit. But yeah, okay, I'm just going to get into these. Okay. I feel like if I didn't have an ACL, that would just be so gnarly to do. I'm hoping that the fibers just somehow get healed, you know? I don't know. They say it doesn't get healed, but I don't know. Legendary Frank. Let's see here. What tricks we got going today? I'm gonna do let's see here. The upside down tail whip. I don't know actually what the trick's name is even called, to be honest. So if anybody knows the name of this trick, you can tell me. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I want to learn the different ride-in. I want to learn the gyrator ride-in. So, probably going to put some time into that. Or just attempt it. I'm going to attempt it a couple tries. And if not, I'm going to just try and do the gnarly combo. Or not the gnarly combo, but the combo I've been working on for 4 days right now. Or actually it was 3 days, I think. For the one I've been attempting. There's so many flatland tricks. So if you want to join the Flatland RPG game, and you level up, you can get your talent tree. I went down the break tree. That's the tree that I've gone down. I have heard some people say I shouldn't have gone down the break tree, but the thing is I just love having breaks, so. I've always been a break rider, so. I've always been a break rider. Except for maybe like 2 years that I was breakless. Or not 2 years. Maybe like 2 years. What am I doing? Okay, we're going to sweep up. There's some dust. Let me check my PSI. Then we're going to do a triple fire hydrant right in the beginning for the warm-up. Alright, we're going to do a triple fire hydrant warm-up. How much of that dust contains your blood, sweat, and tears? I don't know about blood. I don't even think I've really even bled in here too much. It's probably mostly my shoes. Mostly my shoes and my tire. Shoes, tire, hair. first tee. I'm gonna do like 10 tries. I'll do like 10 tries or like 7 tries for a triple fire hydrant. That was the first one. Ah, keep hacking it. Oh, that was so close. I'd love to have this trick on lock. Oh, I keep hacking it. You just gotta be on it, man. Like, timing, you have to be perfect at the timing. Oh, man, I thought I was gonna get it. I think this is tripod. Oh, come on. Nope. Dude, when am I gonna start learning this trick, man? When am I gonna have it like on lock where I can just do it first try? Okay, well, I didn't land it today, so. One day I'm gonna learn this trick somehow, right? I think I need to clean my brake room, yeah. I need to clean my brakes. Okay, I'll let that dry a little bit. There's some hang fives. right. Are you kidding me, man? So bad. Whiplashes. But terrible at whiplashes, man. This is ridiculous. There was a time when I was like kind of landing on first try, but now I can't even do it really. Here, watch right here. Full commitment. This ain't working for me today. Okay, let's do the, let's try a couple, switch foot, or no. It's a half bar gyrator. Half bar gyrator to drop down, thing. Oh, that's also what's the problem. I don't have the brakes on that side. I'm just going to walk into it. Okay, yeah. That's why it's hard. I'm doing it on the opposite side of my leg. Okay, yeah, that's what makes it hard. Okay, I think I might be able to do it. hard this way. Practice those in fire hydrants. Back. Okay, I think I'm gonna get back into doing that other combo. I don't know if I could do this gyrator one. The gyrator one is hard. It's harder, way harder. Okay. Grind. Day 5 of this combat. can't even get into it today. I need to focus in. I'm like being too slow. Dude, I think I lost it. It's gnarly. Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, fully just gotta commit. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I've only gotten into one today. I'm just not being fast enough. I have to like speed up that first part a little bit. Darn it. It's lame. I was like just doing it 2 days ago. That's what you gotta do. You just gotta like, you gotta like grab it, you gotta catch it, and then like balance out your weight. I think that's the only thing that's hard about this ride-in. Is you kind of have to like catch the peg and you have to balance those two sides out. And then like put your weight in the front. Like kind of fast. Which is very awkward. There's even a seat one, huh? There is a seat toilet. Didn't kick it hard enough. Ay, ay, ay. Sequel number 2. Restart the camera. I think I'm gonna break the seat today. 11 minutes. Weeks. Let's see what I did wrong. At least I'm kind of doing it cleaner. Man, why can't I land this combo? And I'm really trying not to give up on this thing. It is, I don't know, for some reason I always mess something up with this, man. Like, I wonder if this trick's just like this. Like, I wonder if it's just, I don't know. It seems very, very inconsistent, right? Like, just getting into it. But, I don't know, I just gotta keep doing it. Man, I just gotta put all my energy into it. Alright, let's try not to give up. I haven't even gotten to the switch and stick beat yet. Brutal. Well, it's brutal for me. I think this trick's probably way easy for some people, but for me right now it's hard. Come on, man. I'm messing up that whip. I need to practice some of these whips first. Dude, I can't even do it. What's going on? I get it. Just haven't been doing it. What's wrong with this? Watch. I just gotta balance my weight out. I'm messing up my weight. My weight placement's getting really messed up. Oh, are you kidding me, man? Oh. It's the third time I've done that. Either I'm not kicking it enough or I lean too far forward when I kick it. Darn it. Last week this trick was like easy. It was the landing it that was the hard part. Now I can't even get into it. I just gotta grind it out, man. It's going down. I just gotta grind it. I just gotta fire off the brain synapses to get into it again. feel like I'm doing something wrong. I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I'm just too slow or just... I'm kind of wondering if it's my seat. Is my seat's all bent now? I think that might have something to do with it. I don't know. But I got into it like 5 times already, so... Dude, what's on me? What is going on? I should be able to get into it every single time, right? That's just the hard part. The hard part's just balancing your weight out. You just gotta do that transition, grab onto the pegs, and just balance that weight out. It's very weird though. You have like a little, it's like a second you have to balance your weight out. That's what makes it hard, because if you put too much weight on one side or the other, it makes you rock, and then once you rock just a little bit, it kind of just throws you off. That's the only thing that's hard about it. Just that split little second, you have to balance it out. I was really thinking I was going to land it today, but I haven't even gotten to the stick beat, bro. The stick beat is the hardest part. This is the easy part. I can't even get into it, man. What is going on with me? Grab my peg over here. We just gotta focus. Come on. Let's try not to get frustrated. Climbing up, we're just hiking up a mountain. It's hard to see it. We're just hiking up a mountain. It's a very big mountain, right? This is a 5-day backpacking trip. I keep messing up the whip now. It's brutal. This one's really testing my patience, huh? What sucks is I've almost landed it like 10 times. That's the worst part about it all. It's like, you know, I would have given up on it if I couldn't even land it for 5 days. If I couldn't even get into it for 5 days, I would have just probably given up on it. Well, I've gotten into it, I've gotten everything done except for the ending, except for the landing, so I know it's doable. Still usable. This is probably why there's no how-tos on this. This is just a seat destroyer. Alright, right here. You can't give up. We need to have the enthusiasm to keep going. Even though it seems ridiculous, right? So close to my knee. It seems so simple. There's that split second I'm messing up. A split little second. That's right after I put my hand on the peg. I think that's the other thing, is I'm putting my hand on the peg so fast that sometimes I put my hand like two finger and then like, so like it changes my weight distribution. And then sometimes I don't, like that one I didn't lean forward enough. Oh no. Oh, that thing's all loose. Hopefully it's gonna get broken. Actually, I need to remake that little hole. I wonder if this clip is how long other people have done it. Well, I'm doing it differently, so. I feel like it shouldn't have taken this long, right? Maybe I'm just bad at this trick and I'm just trying to land it right. I guess in order to be good at something, you gotta be bad at it, right? Because it's weird, because when you see people do it, you only see the landing, right? You only see a 10-second clip of it. It's like, what in the world, did that clip take you 5 days too, man? Like, what in the world? Oh my goodness. I messed up. There's another thing I just realized. I have to switch my foot placement after I pivot out of the dump truck. Weird. Okay, we're doing it. At least I was close. That was my first close one of the day. I kind of didn't like it because the tail whip was very sketchy. See, I like when I land it and I don't rock it. You know, when I get into it and I get onto the upside down tail whip, some of them I rock my bars, right? But then some of them I just land, boom, just right on the bars, double, right? I want to get a double land on the bars. But I don't know. I think if I just land it, I'll just be happy, but... Whoa, that was weird. You can like hold it right here. You can like hold it and like move it with your foot a little bit, but it kind of like messes you up. Just kind of like stall it. It's kind of cool. Oh, I wonder if you could do a no-hander that way somehow. Let's see if we could do that. Oh, I think you might be able to. Is that a trick? I wonder if you could do a no-hander in the beginning. Oh, what's wrong with that? Okay. Now I'm getting a little sidetracked, but... Because it'd be cool because, like, you know the stick bee? How I'm doing the no-handed stick bee? It'd be cool to do, like, a no-hander in the front of it, right? To kind of, like, make it even. Oh, here, watch. Now, I think I throw my knee right in there. Dude, that would be crazy, man. Oh, it's scary. I don't even think that's doable, but... Oh, maybe if I put my pedal like that, pivot it on my pedal. Is that doable? Oh my god, that's fucking scary. Sorry, I cursed. I don't know if that's doable. Oh, it is kind of doable. Oh, I don't know what that is. Huh. I think if I stall it out, because you know that last one I did, I kind of like stalled it with my foot. I think I might be able to take my hands off if I do that. Oh! Huh. Dude, I think that actually is a trick. I gotta just fully focus my foot on that tire. I think if I do that, I can do it. Oh, that's crazy. Huh. Maybe I have to be like that. Or maybe like that. What? I'm getting sidetracked here. I thought I could do it, maybe. Hopefully that's beautiful. I think maybe there might be a way you might be able to do it, but... Huh. I think if I lock my cranks up... Alright, I need to just focus on landing it. I'm getting sidetracked here. I haven't even landed. I'm trying to do another combo into it. What frame is he running? wow, that's a really tight little area to ride. Like an 8x8 square. Dude, that was crazy, wow. Oh man, why can't I need to land this. I'm getting sidetracked. I was trying to do some weird no-hander thing. I can't even land it. Oh wait, somebody's saying something. Sorry dude, I haven't even looked at the chat. You're actually playing the game, bro? Fair play to you, dude. You got insane balance. Flatlanders are actually so creative. Thanks, dude. It's so cool seeing BMX tricks processed from a different perspective. Thanks, dude. Sorry, I didn't look at the chat. Normally people don't really... I'm so used to people not really talking in here, so I don't really look at the chat sometimes. I apologize. Apologies, man. I apologize. Okay, now back to trying to land this combo. This is day 5 of trying to land this combo. Oh man, it's starting to wear on me. I'm not gonna lie. It's at the point where I'm like, I don't know. Is this worth it? I just gotta have fun, and I think I have a gnarly blister. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Maybe I should put some music on, but I don't know. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need some music. I'm just kind of, yeah, maybe I should put some music on. Maybe that's what I need. I kind of wanted to maybe edit it. Yeah. I guess that's what we can put on. Let's do this. Darn it. I messed up that first no-hander. I was going to do 3 more. I keep thinking too much about the music. It's just copyright-free music. I wish I could listen to something that's not copyrighted. Just put on some drum and bass stuff. Actually, let's just do it in silence. We don't need no music. I keep thinking about like the music. That's the one thing about riding with music, which is kind of weird. Like sometimes I think about like the music too much. I'm just trying to remember. Could just put on some drum and bass stuff. Darn it. Can't give up. Man, this trick should not be this hard. I don't understand why I'm messing this up, man. Like, it should not be this hard to get into. I was doing it so much 2 days ago. I feel like I'm struggling getting into it today, huh? It's like I keep messing up. Just a split second I mess up. What am I doing wrong? Oh, the seat keeps, looks like my seat post keeps dropping down. What's that? Allen wrench. Pretty good. My seat post is, I'm slamming it down so hard that it's moving on me. And every time I move it, it changes a variable. I'm thinking maybe I should just throw in some like drum and bass stuff. Maybe that's what I should do. But then if I put in an edit, let's just do it silent. Actually, I need to get some water. Let's see. Anybody say anything? Okay, cool. Okay, back to it. See, the weird thing is, I bet there's a lot of flatlanders that I don't even think this is a very hard trick, to be honest. A hard combo. Because I'm not very akin to doing upside down stuff, so. I think some flatlanders would probably be like, bro, that thing's easy, what are you doing? But for me right now, it's hard. Otherwise, I would do it first tee, right? I wouldn't spend 5 days if I could do it first try. So. Foot slipped off. First time that happened. That was a good ride-in though. That's how I want every ride-in to be, like that one. Whoa, that was weird. I like stalled it. It's weird, like every one feels a little bit different. I don't really know why. Finally landed it. It took me 5 days to land. Oh. I can't believe I landed it. Let's see, hopefully I got it all on film. I think it's a little sketchy. Oh well, I landed it. Oh man, I almost hit the garage when I did that decade. Oh, I can't believe I landed it, man. Well, at least I got it. I'm stoked. I just feel like that. I mean, the sad part is when you do some of these flatline lines, like, you know, people don't really care. But that was a true testament of endurance for me, just trying to land that, man. Okay, let's see here. I wish I would have done it a little. It's a little sketchy, man. I think I'm gonna redo it. I like landed it and then like I rocked on my seat for a little bit. Darn it. Oh well. I landed it, so that's cool. so weird. I did it so slow. Oh, I landed it, so, oh man. I want to do it better now. Darn. I guess I could just post that one. I feel like I could do it better. Darn it, man. Should I redo it? Yeah, I want to do it more consecutively.
It is hard right now.
What are you doing?
I'm playing WoW, but there's so many people in there, and a lot of them are in the mall, and it's like way down.
Really? Even without all your UI?
Well, I've got my UI working, so it doesn't lag it, but there's just too many people down there.
What about turning down your graphics setting?
It's already down.
Even to the lowest?
No, it's at number 2.
Try the lowest setting.
If I get it at 1, I lose too much of the resolution, and in the mall I can't see a lot of stuff. Because a lot of the quests in the mall, you have to follow a trail.
Okay.
And the trail is real light. So if you don't have enough contrast, which you don't get at the lowest level, you can't see the trails.
Oh, I think I'm gonna redo it. Oh, I landed it, man, but I'm gonna redo it. It's too sketchy. I like, the one thing I didn't like about the one I did right there was that like I landed the tail whip and then like I rocked on my seat back and forth, and it just, I want to do it to where I land it, I do the whip kind of fast. I need to quicken everything up because it feels like I'm just like sitting there. do it. Yeah. I think I can do it better. Oh, I messed up the whip. I always do. Lately I've been messing up the whip. Fudge. Come on now. Just want to do it smooth. Let's do it smooth. At least I landed it. I'm stoked on that. It's doable. I know it's doable. I can do every part of the trick. It's just putting it all together. It's hard. think if I rock on the seat, okay, so what I'm going to do, even if I get into it and land it, but if I do it sketchy, I'm just going to restart it. Because I want to do it clean. Almost. It's gonna get to the point where I'm just gonna do it first tee someday. I feel like I can even upgrade it. And see how that one I didn't rock on my seat when I got upside down? That's what I'm trying to do. I don't want to rock on my seat. I want to just get straight into the dump truck. Oh, darn it. Didn't get the right angle. Pretty good, 2 times in a row. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Just had to grind it for 5 days straight. Should I do a bar spin in it? Maybe I should do the bar spin, yeah? Might as well. Let's do the bar spin. Oh, I messed up a bit. I think that's the thing about this trick, that beginning part. You just gotta be a little forceful when you get into it. It's kind of weird. It's so strange. It's like you have to be so like, I mean, I've already talked about it, but you have to be chill landing it, but then you have to be forceful getting into it. cracking the ground. It's not good. Burn, 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 burn. Okay, I think I'm gonna cut myself. It's always weird. I just get these random cuts on my legs, even when I'm wearing armor. I just cut myself somehow. What other trick was I trying to learn? Oh yeah, let's do an Undertaker. I wanted to do Undertaker to Generator. Let's see if we can get that one. Okay, Undertaker to Generator. It's kind of a similar item, so. Actually, let's kind of switch it up. Let's do I don't know. Yeah, let's do Undertaker to Generator. Wait a minute. I think I want that. I guess I need to learn regular foot generator to switch foot generator. Because I've been doing the switch foot to regular. See, this keeps going down. Should I just put on my other? I don't think I'm gonna be doing this upside down. I'm gonna wait until tomorrow. More upside down tricks tomorrow. I'm gonna change this out. Man, I think I bent my C post. Oh, it's weird. Seat back on. Oh yeah, we could do you'll hand it back here. Trick I wanted to learn. Or get good at it. I've landed one sketchy one. Very good. It's a fun one. Could even try getting the 4 fire hydrants. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try and get 4 fire hydrants. Quad fire hydrant. Brakes are super squeaky. Super squeaky brakes. I thought I towed my brake pads in. You know what? I need to go eat. We need sustenance. Sustenance! Oh, I can keep riding. Go back. Okay, what are we going to work on now? I was going to keep working on that thing, but I think I'm going to do it tomorrow. I got a little burnt out of it. I've done that maneuver a lot. What are we going to work on? I don't even know. I guess we could work on something like totally the opposite, like funky chicken. Or no, I was going to do, yeah, let's try funky chicken. Actually, let's try, I kind of want to get that ride out. I just see that ride out. Justin's trying to learn funky chicken tail whip. Dude, I wonder if you do a funky chicken tail whip into this combo one day. Felt pretty good. Kind of weird, the funky chickens are feeling pretty good today. Very good. You would do it with one foot. I'm so bad at this trick. About 500 a decade. put my foot in the wrong area. Dude, I'm excited this trick now.
Listen too many times now. I want to get this trick on lock. I should be able to do it every single time. I just keep messing about. Man, I might need to just start listening to headphones so I can at least listen to music. Going to bed? I'm gonna try.
Is it hot? He used to sleep with this.
I think that's a lot quieter.
No, it isn't.
There it is.
It is? Let's see.
Much quieter than that fan up there.
Because we used to have this trick unlocked, but I lost it. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to do too. Foot jam went into the thing. What's going on there? I guess that's what I get to practice. Oh, I'm using my seat. dip. Come on, put that as a clip. I break the quarter pipe. That's actually really fun. That's actually kind of crazy. I can actually kind of get into it. A couple weeks ago, it was really, really hard to do that. Just messing around. It's easy today. Ah. Darn it. Trying to get into a fakie. Back on that curve. That's kind of hard. You gotta like get the right curve. Something. Curve to get back in there. Try some Carl Cruisers. Oh, that was crazy. Ooh. Is that how I should learn it? People actually used to do this. How are they? What Carl Cruiser is that? I do kind of want to learn hitchhikers. I don't really know how you learn them. What was I gonna look up? Oh, he learned bars small. That's weird. I wonder how you learn multiple whiplashes. How do you learn multiple whiplashes? Maybe that's what I should try and learn, huh? Okay, I see. How interesting. I wonder if you could, I wonder if I could just get into a, wait a minute, no. How do people do double whiplashes? How'd they do them in a circle? Maybe that's how I could do it. Well, I wonder if I could do. I wonder if you could do elbow glide into fire hydrant. That would be cool. I actually might be able to do that. Yeah, it might be a new link I've just figured out. Aye. Oh. I've never seen anybody do that. I wonder if it's doable. So that's whiplash to elbow glide to windshield wiper to fire hydrant. Dude, that would be a cool combo. I think it's doable. I think that's way easier than doing a double whiplash. For some reason I cannot do double whiplashes yet. Alright. Whiplash, elbow glide, whiplash, elbow glide, windshield wiper to fire hydrant. You gotta be kind of like careful. I wonder if I could do it like walking in. Okay, so I'm trying to land it like this, and then I let go of my elbow. So my arms like this, my legs like this, and then into a fire hydrant. Huh. This, let go of my elbow. Oh, that's gonna be cool. Oh, I almost did it right there. I wasn't filming it. I guess I was filming on that, but dude, I think I might have learned another new trick. Another new combo. For some reason I have not seen anybody do this combo. Okay, let's try this one. Whiplash, elbow glide, windshield wiper to fire hydrant. For some reason I have yet to see. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen anybody do this one yet. So this is my rendition of trying to do a double whiplash because I can't do a double whiplash, but I think I can do this one. So. All right. Oh my goodness. I just hit the brakes and I totally fell forward. That was not what I was trying to do. It's kind of hard because I have to be in such a little tight area, but I think it's doable. If I can get into the fire hydrant, I can push it back. Dude, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I was wearing armor. I literally, you know when like you hit, I don't know, for those that wear shin guards, like I just feel it. I literally felt that like through the shin guard. Okay, okay. You just got to get that right elbow glide. I guess it's not really a glide, it's kind of just an elbow stall, right? Ah, darn it. Keep hitting the brakes. I like almost just did one, I can't do it anymore. Daily carrot. That's funny. What? How'd you do that? Wow, that's gnarly. Do 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 do. Man, I wish I could just sustain the energy level that I have right in the beginning of the stream, right? Right in the beginning of the stream, I'm just so hyped up, man. If I could just sustain that energy. Ah. Actually, let's see the temperature outside. It's too hot to ride outside. Yes. Why am I so tired? It's like I was so energetic. Oh, what the heck happened? Oh my god, wow. Bro, that's crazy. That is insane. Oh, let me take a break. I'm tired. I gotta go do some stuff. We need. I should have just ended the stream right there. Oh jeez. I guess I could give something like 3 more tries. We'll do 3 tries for triple fire. I gotta go do some stuff. So close. I said 3 tries. Yeah, I need to get up on top of that stuff. We need to do it. Darn. It's crazy. Alright, yeah. I gotta go do some stuff. We out of here. Where's the Bible at? But we'll end it with the scripture. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Oh, here it is. We will end it with a scripture. Trust in the Lord and do good, dwell in the land, befriend faithfulness. Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in him, and he will act. Psalms 37, 3 through 5. And that was the end of the stream. We landed the combo today. We have landed the combo. The only problem is that we landed the combo and it wasn't smooth. It was choppy. It was sketchy. Yeah. When I reviewed the clip, so I land it and then I sit on my seat a little bit and I rock back and forth and I'm like, no. But we landed the stick beat, and then it was weird because that stick beat, the landing was very slow. It almost seemed slow motion. It was so weird. Man, I can't believe that thing's still ice in there. This is all day. All day, and there's still some coldness to this. Pretty crazy. And it keeps my phone cool. It's actually really crazy. Very, very interesting. Okay, so yeah, I gotta go do some stuff. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be back to the grind. So apologies or anybody that finds these completely boring. I really don't know why anybody's really watching these, to be honest, but you get to see, I guess, what it's like to learn Flatland, I guess, right? Basically what I'm doing right now, just trying to do that combo, that's what a lot of Flatland is actually like. It's very frustrating at times. Some tricks I've just given up. I flat out given up. Double whiplashes, tried them for so long. I mean, eventually I'm probably gonna have to learn them, but it's one trick I've given up on. Given up on many. The locomotive I've given up on so many. But that's kind of the fun in Flatland. They're just so hard to land, right? It just keep and like I don't know. Anyway, we out of here. Peace.